Good morning. Guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren. Another day of Jetpack VFX, and maybe not the last. We struggled a lot with the smoke, and today we're gonna try to follow another tutorial from Lelu, which helped us in the past with VFX for the drill. He had a tornado tutorial, which we applied as a wind effect around the drill while we were using it. This time I want to use one of his tutorial for smoke and see if we are able to apply it to our jetpack. And I'm hoping it will look better than my current version, which uses well, for lack of a better words, smoke balls. Even this version we could tweak to be a lot better, of course, with the proper sizing and things like that. So it's maybe not too bad, you know? But let's have a look at the alternative here. So the alternative will be Lelo's tutorial, right? Might have it saved. Otherwise we'll find it right away. Is Lelu. Like that. And smoke. Here we go.
Hello guys, welcome back. I am Lelu.
So the one I'm considering the most, I think, might be this one. Yo, Just Harrier, welcome. You found me straight away, not bad, man. Welcome, welcome. It's gonna be difficult to choose, but I think maybe this one will look the best. you came 1 second after I started. That's crazy, man. Did you get a notification maybe? That's impressive. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? I'm trying to pick the smoke effect for my jetpack. I see. Very cool. So these are all from a guy named Lelu. They're all pretty decent. The flipbook one, I think these are 2D. All of them, I think, are 2D. So that is like the biggest drawback with these. But looking...
Tutorial, we will focus on crafting realistic smokes effects only. But I will also upload a tutorial about stylized to start using these special flipbook textures.
These flipbooks, I think, are 2D at least. I want to see if he makes them flip or not. Like rotate. Don't think he will though.
Create this to alpha. A particle happens because with flipbook and I will go to spawn to set a velocity into the y-axis display. I want this smoke effect to have a random scale between 0.9 and 2.2.
So this one is pretty fast to make, I believe, which is very good. And it's my second favorite. I like it more than the middle one.
For the smoke, over here, do this on low way to do it. Smoke, set these columns.
But yeah,
and
that one
rows
was
to 1.
definitely
Single texture.
they're both
So
facing the camera at all time, right? So that's
to disable the
biggest issue is like when the player drives into the smoke, it's probably gonna be quite obvious that it's like two-dimensional. Although I'm not quite sure how it will be, since we will leave a trail of smoke, right? So it will be like many layers of 2D. So perhaps that will sort of create a 3D layer? Maybe. We'll just have to test it and see. You love how I say drawback. I see. I might have some Norwegian accent in me.
of a texture. We will use some tricks in Godot to do that.
So which one would be your favorite for Jetpack smoke? It should be maybe a little like a trailing effect from an airplane, but I have to just be careful not to go overboard so it doesn't get annoying, right? C as well? Okay. And C has an extra benefit that we don't see right here. C right here. And that one is that these ones, they flip, they rotate, I believe.
To the
yeah.
Transparency.
I think they rotate.
And
so it makes it sort of more 3D. Smoke needs to be diverging to let the player up. Yeah, I see. I think I agree with you. I'm gonna go for that one. That one uses a visual shader as well, which will give me a little bit of practice in that. I only did it in his last tutorial and never before. Before the 94 days, have you had any programming or game dev experience? I had 1 month of Python in school, and I spent maybe 350 to 400 hours making my first game in Unity, and that's it. So if you would consider it as a full-time game dev experience, it would be about 3 months of full-time game dev experience before this, and 1 month of programming. Alright, so we decided on C. Let's jump into it. Did you learn C# for Unity? I did learn C#, although I'm not sure if I remember everything, to put it plainly. It's definitely fuzzy. But when it comes down to it, it's maybe a bit, a few like variable types that act differently, but most of the time it's the same, right? It's like the for loops, the if-else statements, the exports. They just use different words, right? And different syntax with the brackets and stuff instead of just spacing. So if I went back to C#, I would probably just like lean on AI to convert some syntax during pseudocode phase, and then I think I would pick up on it pretty fast as I was reading through the code. But yeah, since I only did 3 months full time, and it was my first project as well, you could say a lot of the time went to learning the basics. So the syntax is like it's I know more GDescript than I know C#.
Okay, so we have seen two ways to create the smokes. First, we have created a smoke using a flipbook. Then we have created a smoke using a single texture. And now I will show you my third and favorite method, which is using the level of details of a texture. We will use some tricks in Godot to do that. And this also works great for dust effects as well. I will go ahead and duplicate this smoke. And because this is a new smoke, I want to go ahead and right click and make this unique. And also for this smoke, I will not use a standard material. So let's delete this. Instead, I want to go ahead and create a shader material and create a new shader.
Okay, so I do need to do step 2.
Now I will show you a much more simple way to do it using just a single texture. Okay, that's it for the smoke one. Now let's see the second way to create a smoke effect. I will move this over here and I want to duplicate this.
Yeah, he's duplicating the materials, so we're gonna have to follow at least step 1 to just get the setup of the process material. All right.
Because this is a new smoke, we need
But there
to go
seems to be only
the
one
process
change,
material, right click and make unique.
so hopefully it's not too bad. We can skip the flipbook part as well, and that seems to be a lot of it. Okay. And let's see. I'm just wondering if we're gonna need any resources from him.
And let's name this
Makes
guy
a shader here.
this is a black and white texture.
Yeah, here's a noise. So he has a noise map in here.
So this texture is the of the flats. They don't see the corner. And
this
I
one,
will grab my circle mask over
circle.
there, and I will.
So the noise, the circle.
Looking nice. And the item we using this radar. So I and
that's it. Okay, the smoke, the noise, and the circle. So let's see if we have access to these. Textures used here. Noise. And circle. Let's download the other two as well. Jetpack VFX. Let's create new folder. Jetpack smoke. Lelu. And downloads. There we go. We got what we need, I think.
A smoke using a single smoke. This video, I don't want to dive too much into details about how that particle, only one particle, so I can work. We need to create a particle process material about back to Godot, and I will import all these text, and I want to create a VFX smoke to work. We need to create a particle process material and assign a mesh. This time I will choose a quad mesh.
Okay, so we're gonna do draw pass as a quad mesh. We can only do one amount here.
And now we have a lot of quad meshes falling down. This is because of the gravity. So let's go to particle process material. Let's go to accelerations and set the gravity to 0. Also, just for now, I want to have one particle, only one particle, so I can see if my flipbook texture works. Okay, so let's go to geometry and create a standard material. And here I can the quad mesh to part and build into the part the flip text on one way to on project kind of see a bright smoke to particle flags 0.1. And also let's go to smoke to spawn of this smoke effect. So I will go to spawn position, and I want this smoke to spawn into a sphere position with a radius of 0.1. And also let's go to particle flags and enable rotate Y. So I can give this an angle, a random angle between minus 180 and 180. So this gives some variation to our smoke effect. Now let's go to the amount and set an amount of 20. And let's set a lifetime of 2 seconds. And I will set the FPS to 60 FPS. Now let's go to velocity. And I want to set a velocity into the y-axis with a random value between 1.8 y-axis. And now let's go to velocity. And I want to set a velocity into the y-axis with a random value between 1.8 and 2.3.
Okay, so for the velocity here, we might need to tweak the direction, of course, so that it correctly goes down from the jetpack nozzle. But I think positive Y is the correct one, and then we do 1.8, was it 2.2? 2.3.
Now let's go to animated velocity, angular velocity, and I want to give this an random angular velocity between minus 50 and 50. Right, so now let's go to display. I want this smoke effect to have a random scale between 0.9 and 2.2. Also, if you want, you can give a nice color to this smoke effect. So if I go and pick, oh, it's not working. Oh, okay, we need to go to the material and go to vertex color and enable these two options. So now we can set a color here into the particle system. You can set a glue where you can case, I will color over the lifetime of the smoke. In this case, I will use a trick to solve the light problem, and I will increase the color intensity, and I want to really push this value a little bit more over 1, so the smoke starts to bright while it's also affected by the environment light. The smoke starts to bright while...
Okay, so setting
value a little so affected over 1.
Setting a value here, you can do it over 1. Cool.
So the smoke starts to bright while it's also affected by the environment light. And
yeah, that's really awesome. So it's a bit like emission.
Also, I can overlap this color with a color ramp. So let's create a new gradient texture 2D and enable HDRI so we can set really intense colors.
Yeah, these are flipbooks. It's not the one I will use. I'll use the last one here. I'm just going through to make sure the process material is set up correctly. Welcome, Blackwater. So, what I was surprised by was that the color could be set above a value of 1 and then it gets something similar to emission.
And as you can see, the smoke goes from black to white. And I can also invert this so I can get this amazing effect. And I can even add some nice colors. Let's add some colors here. So for example, I will add a blue color over here, like so. I will manually input these raw values so I can get intense color values. Maybe I can change this black color to something like more bluish. Okay, this is crazy. You can set any kind of smoke color variation, and I love this one because this way it looks like a fantasy.
We have an intensity slider now. Really? Ah, there you go. Okay, nice. Didn't know about that. Thank you.
Mysterious spectral smoke. So that's basically it for the smoke. There is one more thing I want to mention. I will enable this floor just to show you something. And I want to disable this
I see.
icon. This is annoying, so I will go to this menu and disable gizmos. So I just want to show you that if I move this smoke over here, you can see how this smoke is overlapping the floor in a really ugly, hard edge way.
Okay, do you have a solution for this?
So you probably don't want this. One way to fix this is to go to the material. Let's go to proximity fade and enable proximity fade. So now the smoke will fade when it's closer to an object.
Ooh.
Just in case you don't want to get this weird hard edge.
Okay, but it's using visual shader for the last one that I'm gonna use. So unless he adds it in there, we don't have access to this proximity fade value. Unless I guess we add it to the script ourselves.
In fact, this is one way to solve it. I don't recommend to do this on low-end devices because proximity fades can be quite expensive if you have a lot of articles. But for now, for this smoke, I think it's okay. There's no problem. Great, so we
Yeah, this guy is awesome. It's the one I'm watching, right?
have created a smoke effect using a flipbook. Now I will show you a much more simple way to do it using just a single texture. The smoke one is over here. To the particle process material, right click, and also let's go to unique geometry to the material. Just to make, I will color, I will reset the material to color values, and I will delete this texture, blooms and raws to 1. Over here, this we don't need this text more. Also disable this animation speed. We don't need this anymore. Great. Let's reset the scale. I will set a random value between 1 and 1.3. And let's put a max value of 2. So I want these particles to start quite small and then go big, but the previous smoke. Something like text color curves, go full opaque, and then once again at the end I want this to go transparent. See, it looks very similar to the first result. Oh, let me actually reset the colors of this smoke. But it works with that first single text. Also,
does he make changes again to the particle process material here? After the shader. Blah, 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 blah.
1.
He changes the color, maybe.
The colors is input
Scale
in the camera.
3.3 to 3.5.
With this is we cannot assign a color over here because we are already using the color to control this value and create this value. So I will need to create a new
color ramp, black to white, and alpha curve. Here it is. Curve. Do something like this, this, and this. Okay.
color for this.
And then we scale. G 3.5. Okay. And does he use scale of a curve? Yeah. But that one, maybe he didn't change. We're gonna have to look at this one. Set the max value to 2, okay. And then we go quite low. Approximately 1 until like here, and then we do up here. There. Okay. I think that's it for the setup. Oh no, the bot. When I do ban this guy, this static guy now, then is the message gone for you guys? Or is the message still there? Yeah, he loves his visual shaders, this guy.
Of a texture. We will use some tricks in Godot to do that. And this also works great for dust effects as well. I will go ahead and duplicate this smoke. And because this is a new smoke, I want to...
It's really cool how big of an impact everything coming together has. Like, when you add proper VFX, sound effects, and lighting, for example, like how it's just all cohesive, you know, like it's... But that's the really difficult part, right?
Go ahead and right click and make this...
You appreciate he shows a simple version, his version, and a middle ground. Yep. And what I appreciated a lot in the Blender tutorial he had was that he most of the time remembered to tell what key he was pressing, and he also had on screen what buttons were being pressed on his keyboard. So sometimes he forgot, but most of the time he was able to tell us what buttons he was pressing, and that helped a lot.
Unique. And also For this smoke, I will not use a standard material. So let's delete this. Instead, I want to go ahead and create a shader material and create a new shader. I will choose a visual shader and let's name this guy shader smoke LOD.
Okay, boss. Still quad mesh though, right? Probably. I wonder why he does it on the geometry instead of the material. I got no idea. Material override, okay. We make a shader. We do it as a visual shader. We can call it Jetpack Smoke Shader. Create.
Create. And let's double click to open the shader.
Let's see, shader. Here. There we go. Now we can make some space for this visual shading.
This will be a very, very simple shader. I will grab a texture. I will pick this noise texture and set it to color.
Okay, so you can drag a PNG straight in there and get a texture 2D node. Huh.
And because this is a black and white texture, we don't need to use all the colors of this texture. We only need...
But what if... the texture is black and white. So we're probably still going to be able to tweak the end result to be something else than black and white, I guess.
to use the red channel. So I will connect this texture to the alpha transparency.
Okay.
And you can see...
We want the noise over here. As a color, but we want to use the red one. Does he have a fragment? Yeah. You wanted it in, was it alpha? Yes.
See, we get these multiple textures. But the trick is I will use the level of details of this texture to make this texture like blur, to like disappear. And the way I will
something tells me we have some settings that are not correct, right? But did he keep his material?
For this smoke, I will not use a standard material.
He keeps his draw pass here.
Instead, I want to go ahead and create a... The downside is... So I want... And I will go to my particle process material, to the color. I will... This weird hard edge artifact. And I love this one. I can set in -50 and 50. Right? So now let's go to display. I want this smoke effect to have a random scale between 0.9 and right. I think this texture is too big. Compare both the speed of the animated texture. I will set one particle, only one particle. This texture, the texture, I will set is a
It would have been faster not to skip
0.1.
anything here because
And
everything is like
GPU,
tied
particle
together.
process materiality to 0, so I can see if my okay. Also, I want this texture to be transparent, so let's go to transparency and set this to up. Let's name create a project.
Okay.
For this,
So here we start. Process material. There's the quad
Let's
mesh.
go to out of the gravity.
But it doesn't
So let's go to
have any settings on the quad mesh yet.
Flip. And here in
The material already is gonna delete. So all these settings are
speed,
not impactful.
but probably this kind of 80. So I can give this an angle, a random angle between minus 180 and 100 FPS to 60 axis. The velocity, and rate a random color and enable the or time of the smoke. Gradient really intense goes, so I can black this color much the material much more. But quite cute. Let's reset the control and then yes, so the report solve either now the level for
okay, so first of all, without the mesh applied or without the shader applied, you can see here it's very different. First of all, is the velocity high enough? 1.8 and 2.3. I think that's what he used. So is it the size then that is like crazy? 3 to 3.5 scale. This looks closer. I don't know why the scale is so off.
can get the full resolution of the texture.
Okay. Well, let's reapply the material, I guess.
You can see
Float constant in front of the LOD here.
how the texture now looks like low resolution texture. It's actually easy to see that if I connect the texture to the color instead of the transparency. you can see how the texture looks blurry and ugly. And this means as we go down, we go up into the level of details, we can get the full resolution of the texture. And as we go into a lower value, for example, 8, you can see how the texture looks really ugly because the resolution of the texture is 8 times lower than the original texture. So the trick is I want to control this number to go from 0 to 8 over the time of the particle. And the way I will do this is, instead of using one single value, let's delete this. I will go ahead and get the color of the particles, and I want to remap this value. So the color originally goes from
So we do color. We do a remap.
0 to 1, from black to white. And I will make this go from 0 to 8.
Oops. Yeah.
To control the level of detail.
Mm-hmm.
And now if I go to the particle process material, into colors, I will create a color ramp. So this will go from a value of 0 to a value of 1. And as you can see, the texture is now like, it looks like it's fading out, but this is just a trick that is lowering the resolution of the texture over the time to get this nice effect. Okay, let's connect this to the transparency instead.
I have a feeling my squares are much more, my quad mesh outline is a lot more visible than his. Also, he shows it from this blue angle here all the time, but it looks very different from the other side.
And now let's solve some artifacts we have here. For example, we can see the corners of the texture. In order to solve that, I will grab my circle mask over here, and I will multiply this noise texture with the circle texture, so we don't see the corners anymore.
That's how you do it. Cool. So this is just like all the black values around here will be like value 0. And since we are doing a multiply, load OP. Since you're multiplying these two colors everywhere that one of them is 0, the other one is going to be 0. Unfortunately, there we go, multiply. Okay, and that helps a lot.
But now it looks too small, so we need to adjust the scale. Let's go to the particle scale, and let's put a random value between 3 and 3.5.
Ah, that's why mine was so big earlier. Okay.
Also, I want these particles to be always facing the camera. So let's go to vertex, and I will right click.
Okay, so this is probably gonna solve this strange look when you turn around. So you can actually make the billboarding effect in a shader. I didn't know that.
Click and create a billboard matrix, set it to particles.
Model view matrix, okay. Billboard type of particles and put it here. I wonder if we will be able to solve this epilepsy trigger right here. Like, it's a bit. I think we can just fade it out a little more smooth. Could solve that.
Okay, this is looking nice. I also want this smoke to fade out a little bit more. So let's go back to the fragment section of the shader. And I will go ahead and get the alpha of my particle system. And I will, you know what? Let's duplicate this.
Okay, so if you create just the color here. Yeah, that is the color of the shader, of course.
Multiply the transparency alpha value of the particle system with my final result. So now I can make the smoke fade out a little bit more using.
Okay, so color alpha. Go back here. Move this a little. Duplicate this one. Do the alpha one. Put a float operator. Multiply. Put this one in here and remove that one. Okay. And then we put this on the alpha instead.
In this curve if I want. Great. The problem with this is we cannot assign a color over here because we are already using the color to control this value. So I will need to create a new color for this particle. Right click and create a color parameter. And
it is a bit confusing, but yeah, he uses the original color. He uses the black and white value, and then he remaps it in order to make a lower resolution texture or lower quality. Then, in order to get rid of the edges, we do multiplication with this circle here. All the black square part here is removed. And finally, we use the alpha value of the color as a multiplier here, so we can tweak it in the settings. And this all goes in the alpha channel. So I suppose the red part here is already used of the color and the alpha part is used. So I assume if we were to reuse the color again here, then tweaking it would like affect multiple places in the visual shader, and then it would be very messy. It's my guess.
Smoke color.
Okay, so we make a color parameter smoke color. Smoke color.
So now I can go to my new shader material, and here in shader parameters I can set the color for this smoke.
And can we do what is it called? Like gradient. Let's see. Shader. Am I missing something? I didn't save it, maybe? So geometry,
Set
material override.
new shader material.
Shader parameters is what we're looking for. I have a search going, that's why. Okay. And what I was wondering, no, this is not a gradient, but maybe we want the gradient. I don't know. Can we do that? Can we just do like a, what would that be? A texture 2D? Can that be a gradient? Can we do it like that? And then so the parameters are exposed to the editor, maybe. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. So now we have a gradient. Can we then seems like it affects the whole thing, maybe? Yeah, of course it does. Right? I have to change the color over time. That's what I have to do. If I'm gonna make a similar trick to like the color ramp used earlier. Does it still work here? No, it doesn't, because it uses black and white, right? But what if we use the color instead like that? Would that allow us to do this? No, because it goes in the alpha channel, right? So since we are creating our own color parameter over here, if we want to change the color over time, we would kind of have to simulate our own color ramp as well. Which I guess we could do in script. There's probably also a way to do it in the visual shader, multiplying it by time or something like that. But let's keep it simple stupid for now and just do the smoke color over there. Lower it a little bit. And I think I want it to start a lot smaller for a bit longer. Like that, since it's like an exhaust thing. It doesn't really have to grow that big either, I think. And the lifetime could try to have it a bit longer, maybe. I don't know. Okay, so let's try it like this. Jetpack mesh. And then we do the smoke here, we hide it. And we add this instead. Place it down here. And see. I don't know. It's better, for sure. I might still have to tweak it a little. It's funny. And you can see it when you know what's going on, you can see just the texture going down in quality. It's funny. Zap it. Hey, don't destroy the dome. Oh no. You jerk. Yes, smoke, old. Oh yeah, I tried making some trail thing work, but I couldn't really do it right. Trails active. There we go. Oh no, the dome. Now flat Earth is exposed to the coldness and our clouds will float away. Yeah. Oh, I think that's gonna be like the requirement to lose that the dome is destroyed. Alternatively, it would have to be something like an object inside the dome that they destroy. So you have like a last chance of defending shortly after the dome breaks and let the dome regen over time. But we'll see. I think maybe when the dome breaks, you just game over. You get transported back to the mothership. Retreat, soldier. We will return. Something. Okay. It might be time to start playing around with scripting. It could be interesting to see with the higher amount. What the higher amount will do is like create a little less gaps between the buffs, right? So, is the smoke... I don't think we have to worry too much about when we stand still, because the script might limit the smoke that comes out quite a bit when we stand still. The jetpack light is so strong right now that it really lights up everything here. Hey, bro. What you doing? Get off my lawn. Did it actually matter though? Like, let me just try a crazy number to see. but I can see the difference. Not sure if I can, to be honest. this stupid flames out of the thing. Looks so ugly. Oh well. And the light is crazy. So how will we start the scripting here? First, I think I want this to actually be the parent here. Just the scene root. Okay, can delete this one then. Save this. Let's put all the particle effects in here, I suppose. Maybe we should keep them separate. We can do sparks. And smoke particle. Okay. I guess put some music. Get some vibe going. We should note down what we want to tweak. We can just make notes in here, I guess. So I think who is controlling the velocity of the player and stuff and carry weight? Is it the server or the player? Normally it should be the server, but that's not always how I did stuff in the beginning. We have to check movement. For example, physics process here. That's authority, and authority that is the player. So the physics process runs for the player, which means most likely the player is the one adjusting stuff. And what is the player synchronizing? Position, rotation, and velocity. So this is the server's job. He gets the velocity from the player and position, rotation. Synchronize it with everyone. Except the player who sent the thing to the server. So the server could do the VFX part here. We have the velocity here. The next thing we need is the carry weight. Let's see how the carry weight updates. That's RPC. And what about current carry weights? Dragged weight, I guess it's called. As long as dragged weight is shared, the weight multi will also be shared because it's calculated when the dragged weight is set. Adjust dragged weight. It's run by the client owning the player object called by the server. RPC'd to the client. It's only sent to the player hauling. Yeah. I can't wait till I make a new project in the future where I don't have this mishmash of like who owns what object and stuff like this. I'm just gonna have the server control everything. The only thing the player is gonna be allowed to do is choose what buttons he presses. That's it. Anyways, the weight multi is what we need, right? Weight multi. Where is it? We're in the wrong script here. Dragged weight, okay, weight, multi. I think that should be 0 to 1. I guess we have to look at the recompute. Clamp 0 to 1 here. This is I don't really have to change this, but I don't think I need a separate variable here. I think we can just update the weight multi and then clamp it afterwards without creating a temporary variable, but whatever. Okay, so I'm almost done planning. I think what we do is do weight multi here, the float. Should maybe do something like this. I'm sure not everyone actually needs the weight multi, but let's put it in here. Okay. Now everyone should have the correct weight multi as well. So for the jetpack, VFX. I guess normally we could do process for visuals, but I don't think there's a benefit here. We do physics process because see, physics process set multiplayer server. Yeah, so all the variables we use for the VFX is updated in the physics process, such as the velocity. So there's not really benefit to doing it in process unless it's cheaper, but I doubt it. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Jetpack engine. Do you have a reference to the Jetpack engine? No. No, sure. This is old VFX. Just trying to think. What is the correct name? Like is it nozzles? I think it's called. nozzle. Well, it's important that I know, right? It's the sparks, it's the exhaust, it's all of that good stuff. I called it Engine VFX, but is it called a jet engine? Just, I guess so. I don't know. Then we name it like this. Okay, all engine VFX. Then we go to our Jetpack mesh here and the VFX node, and we put in Jetpack, engine VFX. Let's actually do one here as well. Holy brightness. Okay, and then do we have a reference to our light here? No, we don't. Probably should. So normally it would have been nice to structure the engine VFX under the Jetpack VFX, right? However, it's also very nice that it's a child of the right cylinder here, right? So if we add another cylinder, we can just copy paste like we just did to have like it placed correctly and stuff. Yeah. Didn't I make it an array? Like it didn't seem like I did. Okay, there we go. Now we can click this, add element, assign this, and assign this. Now these lights have to go away. The thing is, I think I can probably just reuse the script, right? Light from the engine here. If we remove this, and then we move these up here. Okay. Right light, left light. We remove this and we do light from engine, light energy, current light energy. And here we do current speed %, but instead do velocity here. Okay. Like so. And then we can do something like when we set a value for the velocity, we call the ignite light. We also have to remember to actually, this is a bit silly, I think, but I think you have to do this one. So when you update the value for velocity, like let's say you try to set velocity 0.1 to 0.5 here. If you use this set function and you don't actually update the value here, it's not gonna update, I think. Which is a bit silly. That's how it works, I think. And it's probably because people might want to do things like calculate the value based on what it's given or something like that, and then set it. I don't know. Anyways, these are VFX variables, and for both of them, they are always updated in tandem, like they're updated together. So maybe this is just stupid because it might lead to things like we update the velocity and then certain functions that are tied only to the velocity we run here. But then maybe there's a function called to carry wait, which we have to wait to run until we're here. And then that is maybe tied to velocity as well. And then, yeah, it's easier, I think, to just call the functions we need here. Like we could have just, of course, do like on VFX variables update, you know. Like that, but doesn't really matter. It's just for the sake of the naming, right? This function, the job of this function is going to be like update the variables. It's not gonna be like do all this other stuff. But it's would be just as correct to put it here. I don't know. Let's just keep it like this. So now we just have to make sure we call this thing. I need to clean these things. We have the mesh, the VFX. Yeah, movement, Jetpack mesh, Jetpack VFX, and engine VFX. Good. So Jetpack VFX here. We can do something like update VFX variables. And then for engine VFX, which is a Jetpack engine VFX, in all engine VFXs, we do engine VFX dot VFX variables update using player velocity and player carry weight. Right? Maybe it's cleaner like this. And then we can add other stuff here, right? Later. Yeah, boy. So walking up the structure, we then have this one. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Now, what I'm thinking is we're gonna access the player movement speed variables for current velocity 0 to 1 and also carry weight 0 to 1, right? But I think that this is the way it's structured right now. But I think maybe we should have used a lot more signals So for example, we update the player speed, we send a signal. We update player max speed, we send a signal. Carry weight, signal. This way, if there is a script like this one, which wants to base something off of the player speed, it can just listen to the signal, and it doesn't have to like connect to the node and get information from the node. But since we have like a structure leaning more towards the exports and the connection between nodes, it's maybe just more confusing to start using different methods of connection. Like, even though I might prefer the other method now, if I start mixing methods, it doesn't get more clean. It might get just messy. So consistency is a thing in coding, right? Does it actually have a class? No. Let's make one. Okay. Bro. Ay, ay, ay. That's also a really good thing about the classes, actually. When you export a class instead of a node and you're gonna assign it, it's like it actually just shows the valid nodes here, right? Which makes it so easy to assign stuff. I'm not used to it because I didn't used to know what classes were when I started this project. I still don't know everything about classes, right? But I understand a little bit how you can create classes. And then, yeah, as long as you create a class, then and make a reference that specifies it wants exactly this class, then there's not many choices, right? Like you see, for all of these, it's only immediately it finds the correct node. Yes. So Jetpack Mesh, then the Jetpack VFX. It needs all engine VFX, and does it have it? Take. Bum. Yep, I think we're Gucci. I think we are good. We can see if we can see the light change, if it's set up correctly. Boom, boom, bam. Boom, boom, bam. Now we create a jetpack icon to use for the class. What? Is it icon used in the inspector here? In the scene overview? That's crazy. I didn't know you could do that. That's so funny. But is it worth it? Hmm. Hmm. Bum, 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 bum. Right under your class name, you can just do icon and then path to the icon. Okay. What I maybe could do, because classes can share icons, obviously, since they are all using this node 3D icon here. I suppose I could do an icon for all the nodes connected to VFX, for example. That could be a thing. So I see like immediately all the sound and VFX nodes. Should probably have a section for classes. Okay. Oh yeah. Huh. Bum bum bum. So where were we? We have a reference to the Jetpack engine VFX nodes. During physics process, we update all of them with velocity and carry weight 0 to 1. Once we do, we can now start making functionality using these variables. Yes. Bum bum bum. Now let's see, how did we decide to do it? I think the server was the one doing the VFX thing here. No, the variables are shared with everyone, so everyone has access to them, and the Jetpack accesses those values, and everyone can run this then. And we don't have to worry too much about the multiplayer part of things there. Are the lights working or no? What I was worried about is maybe the 0 to 1 thing is not shared. Player. Movement. Current jetpack speed 0 to 1, this one. Okay, now I just have to make sure this one updates, because I don't think we actually use it. Okay, so Jetpack, SFX, VFX. This is so stupid, like there's 3 different methods of RPC things in one script. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Okay, now the light seems to be correct. Increasing when we move. Let's test it with 3 players. Drill emission. It's not shared. God damn it. If the jetpack light is working in the cracks. Yeah. Okay. Mm. Let's try to fix the drill sharing first, so we don't forget about it. Ugh. And I don't know why the machine gun would start acting up though. Is it a crosshair? Mining, let's see. Drill. Here, update VFX. No, I don't see any of these bugs. Maybe there was some timing issue when I joined or something. Maybe it's when I connect before I host. If if there is no issue, that's good, I guess. Well, the only thing was the whirlwind were gone. Did I hide it or something? Did I delete it by accident, maybe? Kinda looks like I've deleted it, no? Tornado VFX. Okay. Again, I used the filter. Silly me. Someday I need to check out what the bug is that I fly super high if I start moving immediately when joining multiplayer. I think so many smoke particles makes it lag. I'm gonna do 20. And then what I did notice about the drill is that spin speed is not shared. So that's drilling. If I share drilling, it should be fine. Mining. So physics process runs by authority. Drill node.drilling, blah blah blah, set drilling. Okay, so set drilling is the thing. Drill node set drilling. Okay. Bum. Okay. Now we only need to share the rotation apparently because that looks silly. Oh. So the raycast here, mining raycast. It's like a local thing. Oh. I know I can get the... I can use the name of the player, but I wanted to see... Also, who is authority on this node? Okay, each player is the authority. Okay. I'm surprised because is server you can't do like that, I think. Can you? No, because here you have to do multiplayer is server, but for authority is multiplayer authority. Bum 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 bum. So is the errors maybe when I'm drilling before anyone joins? No, it's authorities 1? So someone that is not authority is trying to do update rotation to raycast. How is that possible when I said only the multiplayer authority should do that thing? But damn it. Whatever. Look. Update called by one authority is this. So the server ran this stuff. This one. So this part didn't work then. Boom, boom. So let's see. So now it works. But now I changed this. So is multiplayer authority did not work. But is there something called... No? There's nothing called multiplayer.is multiplayer authority. Anyways, it's working now, so let's see if the drill points in the right direction for everyone. And now it should point downwards. It does. I moved too early. Fuck my life. Okay, these two are okay, and the last guy... Yes. Drill combine. Authority. Okay. Good. Oh yeah, you're working on the Jetpack. So, break. Time for a break. I'm just gonna put a little note to myself after the break so I don't lose track. So we did this part with Lelu. And we passed on these two. These are just considerations for effect type. Okay. There you go. Now I know what to do afterwards. Now the question is, should I do... Question is, should I do lunch break? I got up at 6. I've been going for 5 hours, 4.5. I did some video stuff before I started game dev. Yeah, sure. I'll do lunch. Do a proper break. Then when I come back we will continue this. done. Yo. The real one teapot. Welcome, man. Okay. Parameters we want to change from each particle effect. An obvious one for the two thrusters particles, I think, is scale, right? Now, I remember because the scaling of the particle node kind of scaled, kind of moved the particle effect. We actually went ahead and made parent for them, right? This thrust parent here. And now I wonder if the smoke maybe didn't end up scaling with it. Maybe it did. No. The smoke is pretty much the same, right? Which is why we would need to scale the smoke separately. Now, should we have this thing in the middle or not? So without. It just looks stupid with it. They're still maybe a bit big. I would imagine something like this maybe is for the normal jetpack, and then something like the biggest one here is maybe when we use an ability or something for extra movement. Access to okay. Yeah, the emission doesn't turn on, does it? Oh, the emission is only controlled from the main player, is that it? Yeah. So the emission has to change here on the drill. Drill emission. Yeah. could also be... is this an error that arrives every time? Yeah, it's a shared material, I think. Okay. So we're getting the active material and setting it here, but we need to make it unique. Unique. How do we do that? Perfect. Fixed. Okay, so the upgrade of the material only happened on the server. Update. Where do we update the material? Set current drill level. This one, I guess, doesn't run on the client. Okay, so now we know that I think this only runs on the server. Let's see if that fixed it. Yep, that fixed it. I'm probably gonna jinx myself, but there are a lot of I'm not gonna say anything because apparently I already jinxed myself. Resource type, sound setup. So the resource type was set to 0 or null. Volume DB. Resource type SFX info is this one. And is that set up? Huh? When does that run? References, resource type, SFX. Get info for resource type. Why did that crash? So it's the multiplayer dude who doesn't get it. It runs an init. Maybe only the server has access to that. I don't know. Seems weird. This runs when OR type is set. Both of them ran with iron. So is there synchronizer here for OR type? Yeah. Yo, Dota 2 Attitude. Welcome, man. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. How are you doing, man? Pretty good. Nice. What are you up to today? I'm trying to... I just got sidetracked a little bit by an error while I was fixing my Jetpack VFX. I'm just gonna try to figure out why this error happened. This error happened. I wonder if it's because OR type is synchronized on spawn while it's still nothing. Could be something like that. Yeah, that was it. We had a set function when we set the OR type. And while the server didn't run this function when the pebble spawned, the server did share that the OR type was null when the pebble spawned. So all the other clients tried to apply all of these things based on OR type. null. Yeah. You're playing with AI? Even though I said I wouldn't, because it distracts me a bit from work. I'd be surprised if value wasn't the keyword / shouldn't be used. This one. I think when you use a set function on a variable like this, I think this value in here, that's the value you're setting the ore type to. So for example, if you say ore type equals iron ore, then this will then run with iron ore for all of this. And another thing is, I think if you don't do ore type equals value down here on a set function, you don't actually change it even though you do ore type equals iron somewhere, since the set function wouldn't do that part. I think you have to explicitly say this. But I am no expert in set get functions, so I could be wrong. When you say it's not a keyword, can you explain what you mean? Is it like you think that I should name it something like this, or what do you mean? Declaration keywords are variable, constant, func, class name, extends, signal, enum, static. Ah, you want to type it or no? Because it's a enum resource type that I pass on to this, but no, that's a parameter name. It's like this. Set function, you know. But yeah, this doesn't work. But this is like the new value that we're setting the ore type to. Okay. No, I don't think value is a keyword like that. No, I don't think they know. I don't think value is anything. By like raw? Nah. Don't think so. Well, we can go back to our Jetpack because we fixed the error. My script, my multiplayer functionality is a bit messy. I've been talking about it today. It's because this project I made to learn multiplayer in Godot. So in the beginning, I knew very, very, very little about multiplayer, even less than I know now. So the structure of the authority, who owns each object and stuff is a bit messy. Everything should be owned on the server, but here it's a bit like sometimes the player owns it and sometimes the server owns it, you know? You would imagine multiplayer in a game is fairly complicated. I think there's not a good enough tutorial that I could understand it right away, at least. And it's it's a bit hard to wrap your head around how everything works, basically. How everything is connected. When you do RPC call, like that's like a message to everyone, who gets it? And what can you pass? Can you pass an object? Can you pass a variable? Can you pass whatever? So it's both the understanding of like how does it all work when you send something, who gets it, and like what can you send, and how do you share stuff, all of these things. But I think if you had a really good tutorial, I think you could put on one A4 page everything you need to make a simple game in multiplayer. Like it's a few core pieces that you can use and make a multiplayer game. Pretty sure about that. I use RPC calls, I use multiplayer synchronizers somewhere, but I'm trying to use less of those because they're a bit it's better to have things explicit in code, I think, because if I change something, this thing is not gonna update with the changes, so it's suddenly there's and it's a bit hard to track errors coming from the synchronizers as well. You asked ChatGPT frameworks and libraries were used for it. It seems like too much to build yourself. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure what that quite entails, but like I'm not building any functionality for multiplayer myself, except for like I use the built-in things to like communicate between clients and server, right? That's all I do. Like I don't have any advanced stuff. Just the simple communications. We could try for the VFX node here, scaling the sparks. Let's turn it down a little bit and see how it looks. You're trying to understand how it's done? Well, I can show you one thing that is really handy to know. Look at this. This is the server, and these are the players on the server. You can also have the server being one of the players, by the way. But regardless, here's what's super important in multiplayer settings, right? If a player shares with everyone something, like, hey guys, my position is 5. Okay, if he shares it with everyone, that means possibly himself, if you include himself, and the server, and that is everyone for the player. The player does not have contact with the other players. So that's super important to understand. If you're gonna share a variable directly from a player, which you would rarely want to do, you want the server to control everything. But if you want the player to set up something and share it, you have to share it with the server, and the server then has to share it with the other people. So the simplest thing you can do is like the server controls everything. He is king. server, you are hereby king. And by the server controlling everything, anytime you want to update everybody, when he sends an update to everybody, it actually goes to all the players. And again, if you want to, you can update himself at the same time. So that's super important to understand. Always run all the logic and stuff on the server, because when the server shares something, it goes to everybody. And that makes it so easy. Basically want thin clients. Yeah. I think in most of the case, the clients should only give the server one thing and one thing only. That is what they are pressing on their keyboard. Server should handle the rest. However, in my game, I do, for example, have when a player moves his character, I want the input to go immediately. I don't want any latency, and I don't care if anybody cheats in my game. So I let the player control his own character. The server has no say in the movement of the character. What this means is when the player is gonna share his character's position with everybody, he has to share it with the server, and the server has to let everybody else know the position of this player. That means it's gonna be two function calls. First one sharing from this guy, and this guy needs a new function call to share it with these guys. So that's something you can consider sometimes, right? Like if you run something directly on a client, there's no lag. You don't have to wait for the server to respond. So that's why maybe sometimes you want to do something on the client, right? But it's also important to note that as every time the client, that's a random player, anytime a random player's computer gets to decide something like the position, it's super easy to cheat. So if you ever make a game where you don't want to cheat, the server has to be king. Alright. Again, thank you for the follow, man. And I'll see you around later. Let's try to make the smoke darker while it's heavy. So when the jetpack starts struggling, let's make the smoke like really dark. Now, getting a reference to the correct material, it's gonna be a little different. Suppose we can make a script on the smoke thing here. It's a particle directly, it's not necessary. The thing is, we're gonna need to go down to geometry instance, geometry here, like material override, and then get the shader material, and then we need to set the shader parameter, smoke color. Ah, you wanna know the song? Here, and also here. There you go, mate. Welcome. How are you doing, man? So once we have the material, we can do set shader parameter with the smoke color and give it a color. So that part is not so bad. Good. You're preparing early for your summer semester? Nice. Are you pretty young then, compared to me? I'm an old man now. So what's the summer semester actually? It's you're gonna have like semester from like June until September or something? Or how does that work? In Norway you have a semester from about late August, like start of September until December, and then the second semester goes from January to like end of May or something. You're 24, decided to go to college in late community college. Late in community college. Nice. I did 1 year in online school. Well, I did it over 2 years part-time, and I did it like 2 years ago when I was 33. That's where I learned some of my coding. Even though it was only like a month of pure coding, I did learn quite a bit about problem solving and how to think when you're a programmer. So it was a good start. Anyways, let's do set smoke color. Yo! Diddy, thank you so much for the follow, man. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. So, we're setting the smoke color. And we want to base that one on the carry weight. I guess we just do if else. Okay. And we should probably use the same criteria here for when we're struggling or not as we do in the sound effects. So I should actually... should actually have like struggling engine somewhere, but whatever. If carry weight 0.1 is less than 0.2, then it's really, really heavy. This is a multiplier. Carry weight. There we go. That's a bit more clear what it is. What's the best way to do this? So we could say when this change, then we change the smoke color. So the idea here is that we don't change it every frame, right? Like if it's already struggling, we're not gonna do anything new. Set is engine struggling. Nail spark, set this engine struggling. And then we do like set new Is engine struggling? And here we can do the colors. So if engine is struggling, on is engine struggling changed? Mm-hmm. Hey. There, now we just need a reference to the smoke material. Smoke material, that's a shader material, I think. Here I'm gonna need to see like how do I access the geometry material override. But then we go to ChatGPT here and we explain this part. I have a GPU particle and I want to set the geometry material override to a unique material and also save its reference in smoke material. The script is on the GPU particle itself. I wonder if we use get surface material or if it's like get surface override material or how the exact syntax is. Okay, so far everything here was correct. And here is material override. Okay. So it was very simple, it seems. So first we duplicate it and then we set it back. So now we have the unique material set up. And then we make a reference to it here. I don't know why he prefers to do material here instead of shader material though. Okay, now all of these variables I can put up here by the smoke. I do sometimes wonder though, like the smoke variables here, it is possible to put them just above this function down here, like a smoke section, you know? It's also possible to do a separate node for the smoke stuff. Of course, we have to... That's not how we use set shader parameters. Set shader parameter is actually kind of a function call. So we put the string name of the parameter and then we put the value. So the value is going to be new smoke color. There we go. Let's see if we can make the engine struggle. Material override is not found in this current scope. Okay, so this is not how you do it. Jetpack engine VFX. I was wrong to say that the script was existing on the GPU particle itself. It exists elsewhere. So this is the smoke particle. So what we want to do is actually do this. This. And this. And this. And probably... No, we do have the reference to the smoke material, so I don't think we need to reference the particle down there. Okay, so this is white smoke. And then the idea is, if we go pick up a lot of these things, so we get very heavy. We need 4 or 5, I think, to get heavy. Okay, let's see. Set shader parameter on a null value. Okay, so we have to go back to a mesh and we have to go VFX. Here. Make a reference. Smoke particle. Smoke old. We want this one, Jetpack smoke. Think. Not considered struggling yet. There we go, and now we can see the smoke there. It's like black. It's not very visible though, but you can see it's black. I wonder if it's something to do with the I think it's fine though, that it's a little... that it's not so visible. But yeah, when it's black, it might react a bit different with the alpha and stuff, I guess. Could try something like this. Maybe I should just have a lot more smoke as well when it's struggling. Especially since it's so hard to see the smoke while you're struggling. Like this could be a little less maybe. Normal smoke. Like especially while we're standing still. We can scale the... I'm gonna see if the smoke scales at all. If I put it as a child of the scaling node. I don't think it will actually. since it's like it's its own boss. Doesn't care about the parent. Yeah, so it really doesn't seem like the smoke gets smaller now. And it's even if the player is standing still. So to solve that, you need to access the scale of that smoke, and I think we need the process material for that. So this time we're gonna ask how to access the process material. See this one, and the value we want to access is gonna be is it gonna be the scale curve or the scale? Let's go and have a look here. So if we change the scale here, it definitely gets smaller, right? So we can do that. We can access the scale here. Let's spawn display. Oh no, display scale. Here we go. How do we make the process material unique on a reference to the GPU particle? Smoke. Our smoke particle GPU. Well, I suppose it's plural. We want the value under display scale. I think it's just process material scale actually, but we'll see. First we have smoke material here. And when we set up the variables, we now want to add something. We want to add smoke particles process material. Set up smoke material. Here we do override material, and then down here and that's where we set it unique. Let's see, current process material we do smoke particles. Well, I guess we have single here. It is just dot process material. Okay. And what is the true keyword? Is it like a unique name or something? Deep. Maybe it means that you duplicate the children as well. Yo, Argo Troll. Welcome. It's going quite well. I'm just figuring out what values I want to scale when I move around with my jetpack. So like the smoke, do I want the smoke to become bigger, smaller, darker? When do I want it to happen? What about the ignition from the exhaust and stuff like this, you know? So that's what I'm working on. How are you doing, man? That was the override, and this is the process material. Okay. So now we can change this one. In order to change this one, we should probably do smoke scale down here. And then smoke particles process material. I think that's gonna be the just dot scale then. Yes. And then we should maybe get the default min scale and max scale. Or should we? How should we do it? Well, we have the velocity 0, 1 here as a multiplier, which we could use to set the scale. I think we need min smoke scale default. Max smoke scale default. Let's do 2.5 and 3. Now, if you just multiply it by the velocity, we do have 0 smoke at 0 velocity, which is maybe not what we want. Maybe we want a little bit. So there's probably a couple of ways to do that, but I suppose one way is that we just clamp it to a minimum value above 0. Minimum smoke multiplier. So like never make it less than 20% its normal size? Something like that? So then we can do like smoke scale multi float equals clamp the velocity between min smoke scale multi and 1. And then we can do min smoke, max smoke multiplied by smoke scale multi. Like that, I guess. Let's see how that looks. So now it's very small, right? And then... okay, problem. It adjusts the existing particles. Of course it does. Lame. Okay. If we're gonna solve that, we have to spawn separate smoke puffs, probably. Like spawn them as separate particle effects. Oh, that's a tough one. This wasn't the problem for the ignition of the jetpack, and the reason is because the ignition particles last like super short. The smoke we want to linger in the air, right? Interesting. problem. Like, I would assume that one of the easier fixes to this is gonna be to have like a separate smoke which we spawn when we're moving, and one when we stand still, and then we just stop emitting the other one. We'll see. That's what I guess. Yeah, that's what it suggests as well. Yeah. Well, we could have it shared materials, the two. So if we do it like this, jetpack smoke idle, jetpack smoke moving, and when we set up a material for the smoke itself, we will apply that material to both of these. Meaning if we change the color of the material to black, we only have to do it once, right? And for the process material, I'm not sure if we're actually going to need any changes. I'll have to think about it. Like, the scale will just be default larger on the moving one, so yeah. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, so we're gonna have to make this one unique, right? Make unique recursive. Yes, except maybe the color. Color I don't think we need to do. Alpha we don't need to do. The scale we want unique. Okay. Scale, we do 1, 1.5 maybe, 2. Okay, save it. And now up here you have smoke particle. We're gonna place it down here and we're gonna do smoke particle idle. Copy that. And we're gonna do 1 for moving. Okay. And how does he suggest stopping the emit? Is it just... Why does he set both to true? He changes the amount ratio of the particles. Huh. How does that look? Let's check it out. So if we go to the Jetpack smoke here, and we lower the ratio here, gonna be less and less, and finally nothing. So what it's gonna do, it's gonna gradually stop puffing the smaller smoke particles, and it's gonna gradually start puffing more and more of the big ones. That is actually quite a clever solution to the transition between idle and moving. But I do wonder, like, let's see. Bah! Yeah. If we do just like cut it instantly, you can see the existing particles doesn't go away. It only makes it emit less going forward. So it's absolutely perfect. You're slowly working on a game, and you're watching streams to improve my English. It's not going very well. Well, are you using a translation tool because you write English very well? Like, English is not my native language either, but I think your English looks good, no? Are you talking about understanding spoken English, or are you talking about speaking English for yourself? Also, what kind of game are you working on? Let's see. So we have a very good idea how to proceed with the smoke, and I think down here, if we do smoke particle idle material override, the duplication here, and then when we set up the unique material, we do this for both of them. Smoke particles, moving, dot material override, and then we set up the unique material. There we go. I don't know, like, can't we just do this? Doesn't that work? Now, the process material, I don't know if we're gonna actually need it, but let's just do like this for now. We have the idle one, but yeah, we're not gonna do anything with it right now. Let's just comment it out and make a little note here that currently size is, yeah, because the amount, we don't need access to the process material. No, current size is handled by choosing the amount ratio of idle versus moving. Yeah. Okay. So let's first see if the smoke is correct. Need to go here, VFX, and we need to assign one for the idle, one for the moving. Okay. And we can actually... we don't have a class for it. Okay. So let's see. I'm trying to think. Currently, we're not tweaking the amount ratio at all. Okay, let's just see if the smoke becomes darker when we carry a lot of stuff. Let's go get some stuff. One more we need. There you go. Yeah, that smoke is a lot darker. Good. Okay. So far so good. Now we need to tweak the ratios. Set smoke. Amount ratios. Instead of scale. Remove these ones, we don't need them. I think what we want is to put idle smoke amount ratio as 1 minus velocity 0 to 1. So this means if velocity is 0, the idle smoke amount is 1. And if velocity is 1, which is like the highest, then idle smoke amount ratio will be 0. So let's do moving smoke amount ratio as simply velocity, right? And then we do smoke particle idle amount ratio like that. Copy, paste, change, and change. Okay, and let's test. You are using AI to help you answer, and you try to translate what you hear by ear. But I'm still not very good at translating by ear. Oh, no problem. Keep practicing. It's gonna work out, man. I would, even though like I'm super happy that you're here and viewing my stream. I just think, depending on how far you are, if you can understand me, then this is great practice. If you are not able to catch most of what I'm saying, then maybe watching something with text subtitles while they're talking is helpful. But of course you can't do that while you're working on other stuff though. So then you would have to actually watch and focus more. Did you try any apps like Duolingo or something? You know, those are popular to learn a new language. Okay, so let's see the smoke here. To me it looks like it's all big smoke all the time. Moving or not. Okay, but that is not what we want. We are updating the smoke ratios, so the question is, does the idle one have correct scaling? Let's put it super tiny. Super tiny, and let's see if that changes something or not. Not. Okay. What if we put this one super tiny? Does that change something? Yes, it does. So that tells us that this one is actually running when it shouldn't. Okay, let's do 2 back to 3, 3.5, or actually 2, 2.5 I think is big enough. And then let's do this one, 0.1, 0.2 for now. We can see a clear difference. Oh yeah. Maybe that solves it. Smoke. Yeah. Not many people use subtitles on streams, and it doesn't really help that much. You do use Duolingo, but languages are hard for you. Yeah, languages are not easy. And I was very surprised to learn how many people in the world doesn't speak English. Like, I always thought that English was like a global language spoken by most, but it's not at all. Like in China, for example, there's not that many percent that speak English. Maybe like 8%, 12%, maybe even less. So yeah, it's understandable, it's hard, absolutely. I just grew up with English from children's school, you know, when I was very little. So okay, so now it's working. Small smoke, large smoke. So let's try to make the transition a little more natural by having not like a massive difference in the sizes. And let's see how it looks. So this is standing still, and then we start moving. And then the new smoke here. Like, you can't really tell the difference so much now, but that's maybe not so bad. I'm starting to be kinda happy with it. It's like the smallest spark looks very stupid. But let's do something like 0.3 to 0.7. 35 maybe. How long have you been doing game development? Well, the short answer would be something like 8 months. It's been on and off for a while, right? But if I were to take all the hours that I worked and put it into like a full-time job, then it would be about 8 months, I think. Or 7. So I'm completely new. It was a little too big at the largest one. Let's try 0.6. And while yeah, this looks good. So while you could have larger, like even larger sparks when you go fast, I want to make sure I can have like a more powerful effect when I use an ability or something like that to move really, really fast. That's what I'm thinking. And how does the smoke and stuff look with high movement speed? Probably stupid, right? Looks fine, I suppose. Get off my lawn! You have 2 years of experience, and those 2 years went by very quickly. Wow, 2 years, nice. What are you working on at the moment? You have any itch.io or Steam game, maybe? Can I bypass the cooldown by clicking a lot? That's not good. Have to double check that. Machine gun. Let's put the fire rate like super slow. Fire. Stats fire rate. 4 seconds. Delay. Rapapapa. Rapapa. No, you can't bypass it by clicking a lot. That was my imagination. Oops. You're working on a game called Lysaria, and it's already on Steam. Awesome, man. I'll have a look for you. Wow. You only have 2 years of experience and you make this. It kinda reminds me the vibe. Oh, look at this.
Heroes of Lysaria. Defenders.
Are you working in a big team? Like, it's really impressive graphics and stuff on the trailer.
Of light, justice, and everlasting freedom.
You're working with a team.
Word has come that the dragon of death now awake. And you, my noble champions, are the only hope of peace and order in our lands. So let's stand together for the crown, for the people, for the future. For the children. And the money. Let's skip the bedtime story now. Your Majesty. What's the pay?
Yeah, right. And let's not forget it's a dragon. Big teeth, big fire, big problem.
And how about other charms, wards, resurrection feast?
This reminds me of party in D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, that gets like a quest from the king, and they're trying to like negotiate their reward. That's what this reminds me of.
Well, none of it's free. What you gonna do?
And by the way, the price of holy water these days. Woof.
Oh, yes. Enough! What are you all babbling about? I am your king, and this is an order! An order! Did you hear?
Well, it's my armor. Information then.
Such a commending voice. It gave me goosebumps. Look.
You and me, brother.
Oh, surely you remember the rules, Your Majesty. You can't just order heroes. You must request and compensate.
RTS my ass. You're damn right, brother. That's how we roll here. To Lysaria! To Lysaria!
Well, welcome to Lysaria, Your Majesty.
I have not played Majesty, no.
RTS with indirect control is finally back. You play as a king, building, fighting, and hiring heroes you cannot command directly. The old classic, now with fresh ideas and new adventures.
Ah, it's like a
Your Majesty.
city
The demo is already on Steam.
where you hire adventurers and they go clear stuff and stuff. Yeah.
Your Majesty, the first major update has been released. Awaiting you are a rework of the 14th map in the campaign and 2 new missions available to all players. We have also added the long-awaited sandbox mode. There, Your Majesty, you'll be able to fight a majestic opponent controlled by the computer. Your heroes against its heroes. There are 2 types of battle. In one, you have 2 enemies, and in the other, 4. It's an entirely different experience, Your Majesty. I look forward to seeing you in the game.
Like the scope of this game and the trailer and everything, it's so large, right? It's really impressive, even with 6 to 8 people, I think. I like it. A very good job to you guys. The combat gives me very much Warcraft 3 vibes, you know? Like the top-down RTS with this graphic. Yep. Like you're gonna gather a lot of points from Warcraft 3 nostalgia, I think, as well. But like the theme of the game as well, with the controlling a city and like hiring strong heroes and stuff to fight for you. It's very fun. Very fun. Like, one of the coolest effects that I could still make, which I don't have currently, that is like when you... if you go close to the ground and the smoke like hit the ground and like dissipates. But that's like a high investment. It might be worth it. Maybe I use 1 or 2 days to fix that, and maybe it is not too performant, like maybe it can create lag, I don't know. Doubt it. I doubt it will create lag, but yeah. I'll keep it on the list, and I'll maybe look at the camera next. So the camera in the caves are very stupid in third person, right? I'm not sure how good I can make it, but yeah, you see, I can't use it like this, that's for sure. And since one of my friends who playtested it really liked to play in third person, even though it's not my kind of thing, I was thinking, let's give it at least a day or two to like try and fix it and make it feel better, because since he liked it, there's probably a lot of people that likes to play in third person. And it's not like it's a massive time investment. I kind of know how to solve it, I think. What I am thinking about though, the smoke when it's black, it's very hard to see. It might be better to do something else, like for example, increase the scaling of the smoke when yeah, increase the scale when the engine is struggling. But yeah, then we're back to the same dilemma again. Then we would actually need another smoke material, which is output for struggling engine. So let's have a look here. This is the normal smoke. If you go down here and put the smoke color to like black, it is quite visible here. It does seem like maybe it's more frequent here. I'm not sure. Doesn't quite look the same. It's 200 amount. Ooh. Thought I changed it to 20. Maybe I didn't. Jetpack smoke. I changed it here. Okay. Ooh, maybe I could up the amount ratio. Like maybe the normal ratio could be max at 0.5 or something, and then I up it to 1 when the engine is struggling. That could work. No, the black smoke is not as good as the white one. I agree. It's not the same. The gray one is a lot better looking than the black one. But to be fair, I think the VFX here doesn't use black. It uses gray, right? Yeah. Could have a little less gray, like more towards the white here. And then let's try what I talked about. So what if we have like 100 amount? And then we do like 0.4 here. But we do this is just for testing, right? So now there's a lot more smoke when the engine struggles. It's gonna be like this black smoke though. The gray one now. So there's a very little smoke right now. That's the amount ratio. Here. 100. Does that help? Yeah, that helps. But there's nothing idle. Ah, it's not clamped. No, hold on a moment. Ah, I accidentally hit his eye. That's what happened. Okay. Just to test it now. Let's go grab 5 of these. Actually, let's get a better drill. Okay, so now there should be a lot of smoke. It's not... like, it's still hard to see because it's the dark type, I guess. But like... yeah, it's supposed to be like twice as much smoke here. Compared to now. Yeah. What if we do the same color? Yo, Palms. Which name? Welcome. Today I'm doing well. We're working on this jetpack, so you see the little ignition below gets bigger when we move. And so does the smoke particles behind us. Oh. It's something at least. And I'm trying to figure out what to do when I get like a struggling engine. I would like the smoke to maybe be more prevalent or something, but I haven't quite found the right solution yet. But yeah, maybe just a lot of smoke. What about the meatballs on strings you just dropped in a bowl of soup? Those are iron balls. They give you money. But I need a mesh for the rope eventually, or whatever is holding them. And I need to decide whether I'm gonna have this bowl of soup or I'm gonna have something else as what you bring them to. Okay, so first this is the smoke without heavy carrying, I think. This is with heavy carrying. It's not much of a difference. Well, it is much of a difference, but you can't spot it. It's 2.5 as many particles. But yeah, I think I need a different smoke for the struggling engine, which is larger or something. Meatballs and spaghetti game. Yeah, this is actually a secret cooking game where the goal is to make meatballs and spaghetti. You figured it out. You caught me. Looks like you're making a lot of progress. Well, looks can be deceiving. So I agree, it looks a lot better. The thing is, I'm working on visuals, right? I'm working on looks. I'm working on sound. I'm trying to make like a demo that can look a little nice. So in terms of game mechanics, I haven't added anything in ages, right? I did change my weapons though. I did do that. Yeah, I agree. I'm happy as well. Don't get me wrong. It's just that I have to be mindful that even though it's starting to look a lot better, I still have like a lot of mechanics and new things to add to the game. Oh, I can't get complacent. I know if I'm gonna try to finish the game by the start of next year or even by summer next year, I will have to push. I'm gonna quit a little earlier today, and the reason for that is that I'm gonna start making material for X and TikTok and Insta and YouTube. Like small little updates like, hey, today I made a little jetpack thing. Look at this. Okay, bye. Small little updates like that. It's hard to know what to prioritize first, but sounds like you have a good plan. Yeah, the reason why I'm doing like a little detour right now for visuals and sounds, it is so that the game looks more appealing, right? So that maybe it can get a little wish list, maybe eventually I can put out a demo, and perhaps towards the end of the year, maybe I can run a Kickstarter. If the game looks good and what you currently have feels good, then you can do those kind of things. If I added like all the mechanics and spent all this time on that, and there was only like visual polish and sound effect polish and stuff like that, but the game like still looked very bad, I think it would be harder to get any interest in the game with just like ugly looks and stuff like that. All right, so I'm sorry you came just when I was about to start working on the video, but then you got to see the jetpack in action. And I'm not sure what to work on tomorrow yet, but we'll figure it out. I guess I'll send you guys over to another game dev. Thank you so much, Pom. Have a nice day as well. I guess I can find another game dev for you guys that you can continue watching. Oh, Argotroll. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, man. If you ever have any questions about what I'm saying and stuff in the future, since you're practicing English, let me know and I will help you out. Let's see if we can find someone else, an English speaker streamer. I enjoy watching D-Boy lately, so let's pop by his stream again today. And thanks for watching, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.